was the owner of one of the vessels. Dr. Pini, Dr. Wrights, and myself, made up a party to accompany Latif Effendi the first stage of his voyage. We took the same little sandal in which I had sailed, and pushed away from Khartoum at sunset, followed by the Neckers. The relatives of the sailors were crowded on the bank to bid them goodbye, and as the vessels weighed anchor, the women set up the shrill lulu, which they used to express all emotions, from rapture down to despair. We had a light, but favoring wind, and at 9 o'clock reached a long, sandy beach about 5 miles above the mouth of the White Nile, where we came to a halt. The vessels were moored to the shore, fires kindled, pipes lighted and coffee made, and we gathered into groups on the sand, in the light of the full moon. At midnight the customary sheep made its appearance, accompanied by 2 bottles of claret, whereat Abu Balta affected to be scandalized, so long as any Moslem attendants were in the neighborhood. When the coast was clear, he sprawled out like another Falstaff, his jolly face beaming in the moonlight, and took a sly taste of the forbidden beverage, which he liked so well that he no longer resented the wicked nickname of Gamuz el-Bar, hippopotamus, which we bestowed upon him. We tried to sleep a little, but although the sand was soft, the night air was chilly, and I believe nobody succeeded but Abu Balta, whose enormous belly shook with the force of his snoring, as he lay stretched out on his back. By 3 in the morning everybody was tired, the fires had burned out, the meats of the banquet had grown cold, and the wind blew more freshly from the north. Latif Effendi called his sailors on board and we took leave of him. The 2 Neckers spread their huge wings and sailed off in the moonlight for the land of the Baris, while we made our slow way back to Khartoum, where we arrived at daybreak. During my absence there had been 3 distinguished arrivals: Abu Sin, the great Sheikh of the Shuk Oris, the father of Oud el-Kirim, Malek Diab, the king of Dar el-Mahas, and Ali, Sheikh of the Ababdis, all of whom had been summoned by the Pasha, for the purpose of consulting with them on the condition of their territories. Abu Sin was one of the stateliest and most dignified personages I had ever seen. He was about 75 years of age, 6 feet 6 inches in height, straight as a lance, with a keen, fiery eye, and a grey beard which flowed to his waist. Dr. Pini, who had visited the old Sheikh in Taka, informed me that he could bring into the field 4,000 warriors, each mounted on his own dromedary. The Shuk Oris wear shirts of chainmail and helmets with chain pieces falling on each side of the face, like their Saracen ancestors. Their weapons are still the saber and lance, with which they have maintained their independence against all enemies, except the cannon of Muhammad Ali. Dr. Wrights took me to visit the Sheikh, who was living in an humble mud building, not far from the Pasha's palace. We found him giving audience to a number of inferior sheikhs, who were seated upon the earthen floor, below his divan. His son, Oud el-Kirim, was among them. The consul took his seat at the sheikh's side, and I did the same, but, although nothing was said, I saw that those present mentally resented our presumption, and felt that I had been guilty of a breach of decorum. The object of our visit was to invite the Sheikh to dine with us, and he graciously complied. Oud el-Kirim was included in the invitation, but he excused himself on the ground that he did not dare to eat at the same table with his father. I was delighted with this trait, which recalled the patriarchal days of the Old Testament, and justified the claim of the Arabs to the blood of Abraham. After my return the weather had suddenly changed, and everything denoted the approach of the hot and sickly season. The thermometer stood at 105 degrees in the shade at noon, and there was an intensely hot wind from the south. On account of the languor and depression consequent upon such a heat, it required an extraordinary effort to make the necessary entries in my journal. I barely succeeded in moving about sufficiently to shake off the feverish humors which in that climate so rapidly collect in the system. I always placed a cool earthen jug of water at my bedside, and when I awoke in the middle of the night with a heavy head and parched throat, would take a full draught, which immediately threw me into a profuse sweat, after which I slept soundly and healthily until morning. He who lives in Khartoum in the hot season must either sweat or die. M. Drovity, of Alexandria, son of the French consul Drovity, with whom Beltzoni had so many quarrels, arrived about this time and was immediately prostrated with fever. Many of the Franks and Egyptians were also affected, and Ichmet, who felt plethoric symptoms, must needs go to a barber and be bled in the head. He besought me to return to Egypt, and as I had already accomplished much more than I anticipated, I began at once to prepare for the homeward journey. The route which I fixed upon was that across the Boyota Desert to Napata, the ancient capital of Ethiopia, thence to Dongola, and through the Nubian kingdoms to the second cataract of the Nile, at Wadi Haifa. The first part of the journey, through the countries of the Kababish and the Hawawit, was considered rather dangerous, and as a precautionary measure I engaged 3 of the former tribe as guide and camel drivers. I purchased 2 large Shukori dromedaries for myself and Ichmet, at 300 and 250 piastres respectively, and hired 3 others from the Kababish, at 50 piastres for the journey to Etabi, on the Dongolese frontier, by way of Napata. The contract was formally made in the presence of the Sheikh of Khartoum and Dr. Wrights, both of whom threatened the Arabs with destruction in case they should not convey me safely through the desert. The consul also did me good service in the negotiation of my draft on Fath al-Musali, a Coptic merchant, who demanded 20 per cent for the exchange. This, as my funds were getting low, would have been a serious loss, but by some arithmetical legerdemain, which I could not understand, the consul so bewildered poor Fathalla's brain, that he was finally made to believe that a discount of 5 per cent would somehow profit him more in the end than one of 20 per cent. Fathalla paid the money with a melancholy confusion of ideas, and I doubt whether he has to this day discovered in what way he increased his profits by the operation. My provision chests were replenished with coffee, sugar, rice, dates, and mishmish, dried apricots, from the bazaar, and Ichmet worked so cheerily with the prospect of leaving Sudan, that everything was in readiness at a day's notice. Rather than wait until the following Monday, for luck's sake, I fixed upon Thursday, the 5th of February, for our departure. Many of the subordinate Egyptian officers prepared letters to their families, which they intrusted to Ichmet's care, and poor old Rufa Bey, more than ever disgusted with his exile, charged me with a letter to his wife and another to Mr. Murray, through whose aid he hoped to get permission to return to Egypt. I paid a farewell visit to the Pasha, who received me with great courtesy, informing me, what I already knew, that he was about to be superseded by Rustam Pasha, who, he predicted, would not find the government of Sudan an easy one. I was sorry to part with Vicar Noblechair and his brethren. Those self-sacrificing men have willingly devoted themselves to a life, if life it can be called, which is little better than death in the remote heart of Africa, for the sake of introducing a purer religion among its pagan inhabitants, and I trust they will be spared to see their benevolent plans realized. They are men of the purest character and animated by the best desires. Abuna Suleiman, as Dr. Noblechair is called, is already widely known and esteemed throughout Sudan, and although he can do but little at present in the way of religious teaching, he has instituted a school for the children of the Copts, which may in time reform the, so-called, Christian Society of Khartoum. If he should succeed in establishing a mission in the country of the Baris, the result will be not less important to science than to Christianity, and the experiment is one which should interest the world. On the evening before my departure, the Sheikhs Abu Sin, Ali, the Ababde, and Malek Diab came to dine with Dr. Wrights. Abu Sin was grave and stately as ever, and I never looked at him without thinking of his 4,000 mailed warriors on their dromedaries, sweeping over the plains of Taka. Sheikh Ali was of medium size, with a kind, amiable face and a touch of native refinement in his manner. King Diab, however, who wore a capacious white turban and a robe of dark blue cloth, was the merry monarch of Central Africa. His large eyes twinkled with good humor and his round face beamed with the radiance of a satisfied spirit. He brought a black Dongolese horse as a present for Dr. Wrights, and requested me to put him through his paces, on the plain before the house, as it would have been contrary to African etiquette for the doctor himself to test the character of the gift. I complied, but the saddle was adapted only for the short legs of the fat king, and after running a circular course with my knees drawn up nearly to my chin, the resemblance of the scene to the monkey riding of the circus struck me so forcibly, that I jumped off and refused to mount again, greatly to the monarch's disappointment. Sheikhs Abusin and Ali took their departure shortly after the disposal of the roast sheep and salad which constituted the dinner, but King Diab and Dr. Pini remained until a late hour, smoking a parting pipe with me, and partaking of a mixture of claret, lemons, pomegranate juice and spices which the consul compounded into a sherbet of the most delicious flavor. King Diab drank my health with a profusion of good wishes, begging me to remain another week and accompany his caravan. His palace in Dar el Mahas, he said, was entirely at my disposal and I must remain several weeks with him. But there is nothing so unpleasant to me as to postpone a journey after all the preparations are made, and I was reluctantly obliged to decline his invitation. I take pleasure, however, in testifying to the king's good qualities, which fully entitle him to the throne of Dar el Mahas, and were I installed in his capital of Cook, as court poet, I should certainly write a national ballad for the Mahasis, commencing in this wise: El Malek Diab is a jolly old king, and a jolly old king is he, etc. After the Malek had bestowed a parting embrace by throwing his arms around my waist, and dropping his round head on my shoulder like a 68-pound shot, he was sent home in state on the back of Sultan, the Dar first stallion. The moonlight was so beautiful that the consul and I accompanied Dr. Pini to his residence. The latter suggested another pipe in the open air of his courtyard, and awoke his shalouk slaves, who were lying asleep near the house, to perform a dance for our amusement. There were 2 males and a female, and their midnight dance was the most uncouth and barbaric thing I saw in Khartoum. They brandished their clubs, leaped into the air, alighting sometimes on one foot and sometimes on both, and accompanied their motions with a series of short, quick howls, not unlike the laughter of a hyena. After the dance, Dr. Wrights effected a reconciliation between one of the men and the woman, who had been married, but were about to separate. They knelt before him, side by side, and recounted their complaints of each other, which were sufficiently ludicrous, but a present of 3 piastres, 15 cents, purchased forgetfulness of the past and renewed vows for the future. I felt a shadow of regret when I reflected that it was my last night in Khartoum. After we walked home I roused the old lioness in her corner, gave her a farewell hug and sat down on her passive back until she stretched out her paws and went to sleep again. I then visited the leopard in the garden, made him jump upon my shoulders and play his antics over once more. The hyenas danced and laughed fiendishly, as usual when they saw me, but the tall Kordofan antelope came up softly and rubbed his nose against my leg, asking for the dura which I was accustomed to give him. I gave him, and the gazelles, and the leopard, each an affectionate kiss, but poked the surly hyenas until they howled, on my way to bed. Chapter XXX. The Commerce of Sudan. The commerce of Sudan, avenues of trade, the merchant's character of the imports, speculation, the gum trade of Kordofan, the ivory trade, abuses of the government, the traffic in slaves, prices of slaves, their treatment. Before taking a final leave of Sudan, it may be well to say a few words concerning the trade of the country. As the Nile is the principal avenue of communication between the Mediterranean and the eastern half of Central Africa, Sudan is thus made a center of commerce, the character of which may be taken as an index to all the interior traffic of the continent. European goods reach Sudan through two principal channels, by the port of Soakin, on the Red Sea, and the caravan route up the Nile and across the Great Nubian Desert. Of late years the latter has become the principal thoroughfare, as winter is the commercial season, and the storms on the Red Sea are very destructive to the small Arab craft. The merchants leave Cairo through the autumn, principally between the 1st of October and the 1st of December, as they travel slowly and rarely make the journey in less than 2 months and a half. The great proportion of them take the same route I followed, from Korosko to Berber, where they ship again for Khartoum. Those who buy their own camels at Aswan, make the whole trip by land, but it is more usual for them to buy camels in Sudan for the return journey, as they can sell them in Upper Egypt at advanced prices. In fact, the trade, in camels alone is not inconsiderable. On my way to Khartoum I met many thousands, in droves of from 1 to 500, on their way to Egypt. The merchants who make this yearly trip to Sudan are mostly Egyptians and Nubians. There are a number of Syrians established in the country, but they are for the most part connected with houses in Cairo, and their caravans between the two places are in charge of agents, natives, whose character has been proved by long service. There were also 3 or 4 French and Italian merchants, and one Englishman, Mr. Petrick, in Kordofan, who carried on their business in the same manner. It is no unusual thing for Nubians who have amassed 2 or 3,000 piastres by household service in Cairo, to form partnerships, invest their money in cotton goods, and after a year or 2 on the journey, for time is anything but money to them, return to Egypt with a few hundredweight of gum or half a dozen camels. They earn a few piastres, perhaps, in return for the long toils and privations they have endured, but their pride is gratified by the title of Jalabiyat merchants. It is reckoned a good school, and not without reason, for young Egyptians who devote themselves to commerce. I met even the sons of beys among this class. Those who are prudent, and have a fair capital to start upon, can generally gain enough in 2 or 3 years to establish themselves respectably in Egypt. The goods brought into Central Africa consist principally of English muslins and calicoes, the light red woolen stuffs of Barbary, cutlery, beads, and trinkets. Cloths, silks, powder, tobacco, and areca, are also brought in considerable quantities, while in the large towns there is always a good sale for sugar, rice, coffee, and spices. The Turkish officials and the Franks are very fond of the aniseed cordial of Sio, Maraschino, Rossiglio, and the other Levantine liquors, and even the heavy, resinous wines of Smyrna and Cyprus find their way here. The natives prefer for clothing the coarse, unbleached cotton stuffs of their own manufacture, one mantle of which is sufficient for years. As may readily be supposed, the market is frequently glutted with goods of this description, whence the large houses often send money from Cairo for the purchase of gum and ivory, in preference to running any risk. At the time of my visit, all sorts of muslins and calicoes might be had in Khartoum at a very slight advance on Cairo prices, and the merchants who were daily arriving with additional bales, complained that the sale would not pay the expenses of their journey. The remarkable success of the caravans of the previous year had brought a crowd of adventurers into the lists, very few of whom realized their expectations. It was the California experience in another form. No passion is half so blind as the greed for gain. Khartoum is the great metropolis of all this region. Some few caravans strike directly through the Bayard Desert, from Dongola to Kordofan, but the great part come directly to the former place, where they dispose of their goods, and then proceed to Kordofan for gum, or wait the return of the yearly expedition up the White Nile, to stock themselves with ivory. On both these articles there is generally a good, sometimes a great, profit. The gum comes almost entirely from Kordofan, where the quantity annually gathered amounts to 30,000 kantar, or cwt. It is collected by the natives from that variety of the mimosa called the ashaba, and sold by them at from 55 to 60 pias trace the kantar. Latif Pasha at one time issued a decree prohibiting any person from selling it at less than 60 pias trace, but Dr. writes, by an energetic protest, obtained the revocation of this arbitrary edict. The cost of carrying it to Cairo is very nearly 50 pias trace the kantar, exclusive of a government tax of 12.5 per cent, and as the price of gum in Cairo fluctuates according to the demand from 150 to 250 pias trace, the merchant's gain may be as low as 10 or as high as 100%. The gum brought from Yemen and the shores of the Red Sea is considered superior in quality but is not produced in such abundance. The ivory is mostly obtained from the Negro tribes on the White Nile. Small quantities are occasionally brought from Darfur and the unknown regions towards Bornu, by Arab caravans. The trading expeditions up the White Nile, until the winter of 1851-2, were entirely under the control of the Pasha of Sudan, in spite of the Treaty of 1838, making it free to all nations. The expedition of that winter, which sailed from Khartoum about 2 months before my arrival, consisted of 7 vessels, accompanied by an armed force. The parties interested in it consisted of the Pasha, the Egyptian merchants, and the Rayas, or European merchants. The gains were to be divided into 24 parts, 8 of which went to the Pasha, 9 to the Turks and 7 to the Franks. Dr. Wrights undertook to enforce the treaty, and actually ran 2 vessels belonging to Austrian protégés past the guard established at the junction of the Niles. The Pasha thereupon had all the sailors belonging to these vessels arrested, but after 2 days of violent maneuvers and counter-maneuvers, allowed the vessels to proceed. The unjust monopoly was therefore virtually annulled, an important fact to Europeans who may wish to engage in the trade. The vessels take with them great quantities of glass beads, ear, arm, and nose rings, and the like, for which the natives readily barter their elephants' teeth. These are not found in abundance before reaching the land of the Nuers and the Kyks, about lat. 7 degrees, and the best specimens come from regions still further south. They are sold in Khartoum at the rate of 1200 pias trace the cwt, and in Cairo at 2200, burdened with a tax of 12.5%. The government has done its best to cramp and injure trade, the only life of that stagnant land. In addition to the custom house at Aswan, where everything going into Egypt must pay duty, the Pasha and his satellites had established an illegal custom house at Dongola, and obliged merchants to pay another toll, midway on their journey. This was afterwards abolished, on account of the remonstrances which were forwarded to Cairo. I found the Pasha so uniformly courteous and affable, that at first I rejected many of the stories told me of his oppression and cruelty, but I was afterwards informed of circumstances which exhibited his character in a still more hideous light. Nevertheless, I believe he was in most respects superior to his predecessors in the office, and certainly to his successor. The traffic in slaves has decreased very much of late. The wealthy Egyptians still purchase slaves, and will continue to do so, till the institution is wholly abolished, but the despotic rule exercised by the Pasha in Nubia has had the effect of greatly lessening the demand. Vast numbers of Nubians go into Egypt, where they are engaged as domestic servants, and their paid labor, cheap as it is found more profitable than the unpaid service of Negro slaves. Besides, the tax on the latter has been greatly increased, so that merchants find the commodity less profitable than gum or ivory. 10 years ago, the duty paid at Aswan was 30 piastres for a Negro and 50 for an Abyssinian. At present it is 350 for the former and 550 for the latter, while the tax can be wholly avoided by making the slave free. Prices have risen in consequence, and the traffic is proportionately diminished. The government probably derives as large a revenue as ever from it, on account of the increased tax, so that it has seemed to satisfy the demands of some of the European powers by restricting the trade, while it actually loses nothing thereby. The government slave hunts in the interior, however, are no longer carried on. The greater part of the slaves brought to Khartoum, are purchased from the Gala and Shangala tribes on the borders of Abyssinia, or from the Shaluks and Dinkas, on the White Nile. The captives taken in the wars between the various tribes are invariably sold. The Abyssinian girls, who are in great demand among the Egyptians, for wives, are frequently sold by their own parents. They are treated with great respect, and their lot is probably no worse than that of any Arab or Turkish female. The more beautiful of them often bring from $200 to $500. Ordinary household servants may be had from 1 to 2,000 piastres. My dragoman, Achmet, purchased a small girl for 1,200 piastres, as a present for his wife. He intended making her free, which he declared to be a good thing, according to his religion, but the true reason, I suspect, was the tax at Aswan. The Egyptians rarely maltreat their slaves, and instances of cruelty are much less frequent among them than among the Europeans settled here. The latter became so notorious for their violence that the government was obliged to establish a law forbidding any Frank to strike his slave, but in case of disobedience to send him before the Qadi, or judge, who could decide on the proper punishment. Slavery prevails throughout all the native kingdoms of Central Africa, in more or less aggravated forms. The Egyptian merchants who are located in Khartoum as agents for houses in Cairo, consider themselves as worse than exiles, and indemnify themselves by sensual indulgence for being obliged to remain in a country which they detest. They live in large houses, keep their harems of inky slaves, eat, drink and smoke away their languid and wearisome days. All the material which they need for such a life is so cheap that their love of gain does not suffer thereby. One of the richest merchants in the place gave me an account of his housekeeping. He had a large mud palace, a garden, and 20 servants and slaves, to maintain which cost him 8,000 piastres, $400, a year. He paid his servants 20 piastres a month, and his slaves also, at least so he told me, but I did not believe it. As for the native fellows of Sudan, they are so crushed and imposed upon, that it is difficult to judge what their natural capacities really are. Foreigners, Frank as well as Egyptian, universally complain of their stupidity, and I heard the Pasha himself say, that if he could have done anything with them Abbas Pasha might whistle to get Sudan from him. That they are very stupid, is true, but that they have every encouragement to be so, is equally true. Dr. Noblechaer, who, of all the men I saw in Khartoum, was best qualified to judge correctly, assured me that they needed only a just and paternal government, to make rapid progress in the arts of civilization. Chapter XXXI. From Khartoum to El Medina. Farewell breakfast. Departure from Khartoum. Parting with Dr. Wrights. A prediction and its fulfillment. Dreary appearance of the country. Lions. Burying grounds. The natives. My Kababish guide. Mohammed. Character of the Arabs. Habits of deception. My dromedary. Mutton and Mary Esah. Sudan. Didi. The Royan Aqaba. Jerry. Heat and scenery. An altercation with the guide. A mishap. A landscape. Tedious approach to El Medina. Appearance of the town. Preparations for the desert. Meeting old acquaintances. The wind blew so violently on the morning of my departure from Khartoum, that the ferry boat which had been engaged to convey my equipage to the Kordofan shore, could not round the point at the junction of the Niles. My camels, with the Kababish guide and drivers, had been ferried over the evening previous, and were in readiness to start. In this dilemma Dr. Peeney, with whom I had engaged to take a parting breakfast, kindly gave me the use of his necker and its crew. Our breakfast was a fete champêtre under the beautiful nebuck tree in the doctor's courtyard, and consisted of a highly spiced salmi of his own compounding, a salad of lettuce and tomatoes, and a bottle of Cyprus wine. The coolness and force of the north wind gave us a keen appetite, and our kind host could not say that we slighted his culinary skill, for verily there was nothing but empty plates to be seen, when we arose from the table. Dr. Wrights and I hastened on board the Necker, which immediately put off. I left Khartoum, regretting to leave a few friends behind me in that furnace of Sudan, yet glad to escape therefrom myself. A type of the character of the place was furnished us while making our way to Omdurman. We passed the body of a woman, who had been strangled and thrown into the water, a sight which the natives regarded without the least surprise. The consul immediately dispatched one of his servants to the governor of the city, asking him to have the body taken away and properly interred. It was full 2 hours before we reached the western bank of the Nile, opposite Omdurman. Achmet, who had preceded me, had drummed up the kababish, and they were in readiness with my camels. The work of apportioning and loading the baggage was finished by noon, and the caravan started, preceded by the guide, Mohammed, who shook his long spear in a general defiance of all enemies. Dr. Wrights and I, with our attendants, set off in advance on a quick trot. Our path led over a bleak, barren plain, covered with thorns, through which the wind whistled with a wintry sound. The air was filled with clouds of sand, which gave a pale and sickly cast to the sunshine. My friend was unwell and desponding, and after we had ridden 8 miles, he halted to rest in a deep, rocky gully, where we were sheltered from the wind. Here we lay down upon the sand until the caravan came along, when we parted from each other. "You are going back to Europe and civilization," said he mournfully. "You have an encouraging future before you, while I can only look forward to the prospect of leaving my bones in this accursed land." He then embraced me, mounted his dromedary, and was soon lost to my sight among the sand and thorns. Little did I then imagine that his last words were the unhappy prediction which another year would see verified. 6. We halted for the night near the village of Gereri. I slept but indifferently, with the heavy head and gloomy spirits I had brought from Khartoum, but the free life of my tent did not fail of its usual effect, and I rose the next morning fresh, strong, and courageous. We were obliged to travel slowly, on account of the nature of the road, which, for the greater part of the distance to El Metama, lay in the desert, just beyond the edge of the cultivated land. For the first day or two, we rode over dry, stony plains, covered with thickets of the small thorny mimosa and patches of long yellow grass. The country is crossed by deep gullies, through which the streams formed by the summer rains flow to the Nile. Their banks are lined with a thick growth of sunt, nebuck, and other trees peculiar to Central Africa, in which many lions make their lairs and prey upon the flocks of the Arabs. One bold, fierce fellow had established himself on the island of Muzakkar Bay, just below the junction of the Nile, and carried off nightly a sheep or calf, defying the attempts of the natives to take him. Our view was confined to the thorns, on whose branches we left many shreds of clothing as mementos of the journey, and to the barren range of Jebel Gereri, stretching westward into the desert. Occasionally, however, in crossing the low spurs which ran out from this chain, the valley of the Nile, the one united Nile, again lay before us, far to the east and northeast, the river glistening in the sun as he spread his arms round island after island, till his lap could hold no more. The soil is a poor, coarse gravel, and the inhabitants support themselves by their herds of sheep and goats, which browse on the thorns. In places there are large thickets of the usher, or euphorbia, 20 feet high. It grows about the huts of the natives, who make no attempt to exterminate it, notwithstanding the poisonous nature of its juice. Every mile or two we passed a large Arab burying ground, crowded with rough head and foot stones, except where white pennons, fluttering on poles, denoted a more than ordinary sanctity in the deceased. The tomb of the Sheikh, or holy man of Merah, was a conical structure of stones and clay, about 15 feet in breadth at the base, and 20 feet high. The graves are so numerous and the dwellings so few, that one has the impression of traveling in a country depopulated by the pestilence, yet we met many persons on the road, partly Kababish, and partly natives of Dongola and Mahes. The men touched their lips and foreheads on passing me, and the women greeted me with that peculiar habba, which seems to be the universal expression of salutation among the various tribes of Central Africa. My guide, Mohammed, was a Kababish, and the vainest and silliest Arab I ever knew. He wore his hair in long braids, extending from the forehead and temples to the nape of the neck, and kept in their places by a layer of mutton fat, half an inch thick, which filled up the intervening spaces. His hollow cheeks, deep sunken eyes, thin and wiry beard, and the long spear he carried in his hand made him a fair representative of Don Quixote, and the resemblance was not diminished by the gaunt and ungainly camel on which he jogged along at the head of my caravan. He was very devout, praying for quite an unreasonable length of time before and after meals, and always had a large patch of sand on his forehead, from striking it on the ground, as he knelt towards Mecca. Both his arms, above the elbows, were covered with rings of hippopotamus hide, to which were attached square leathern cases, containing sentences of the Koran, as charms to keep away sickness and evil spirits. The other man, said, was a Shi'an, willing and good-natured enough, but slow and regardless of truth, as all Arabs are. Indeed, the best definition of an Arab which I can give, is a philosophizing sinner. His fatalism gives him a calm and equable temperament under all circumstances, and God wills it, or God is merciful, is the solace for every misfortune. But this same carelessness to the usual accidents of life extends also to his speech and his dealings with other men. I will not say that an Arab never speaks truth, on the contrary, he always does, if he happens to remember it, and there is no object to be gained by suppressing it, but rather than trouble himself to answer correctly a question which requires some thought, he tells you whatever comes uppermost in his mind, though certain to be detected the next minute. He is like a salesman, who, if he does not happen to have the article you want, offers you something else, rather than let you go away empty-handed. In regard to his dealings, what Sir Gardner Wilkinson says of Egypt, that nobody parts with money without an effort to defraud, is equally true of Nubia and Sudan. The people do not steal outright, but they have 1,000 ways of doing it in an indirect and civilized manner, and they are perfect masters of all those petty arts of fraud which thrive so greenly in the great commercial cities of Christendom. With these slight drawbacks, there is much to like in the Arabs, and they are certainly the most patient, assiduous and good-humored people in the world. If they fail in cheating you, they respect you the more, and they are so attentive to you, so ready to take their mood from yours, to laugh when you are cheerful, and be silent when you are grave, so light-hearted in the performance of severe duties, that if you commence your acquaintance by despising, you finish by cordially liking them. On a journey like that which I was then commencing, it is absolutely necessary to preserve a good understanding with your men and beasts, otherwise travel will be a task, and a severe one, instead of a recreation. After my men had vainly tried a number of expedients, to get the upper hand of me, I drilled them into absolute obedience, and found their character much improved thereby. With my dromedary, whom I called Abu Sin, the father of teeth, from the great Sheikh of the Shukori Arabs, to whom he originally belonged, I was soon on good terms. He was a beast of excellent temper, with a spice of humor in his composition, and a fondness for playing practical jokes. But as I always paid them back, neither party could complain, though Abu Sin sometimes gurgled out of his long throat a string of Arabic gutturals, in remonstrance. He came up to my tent and knelt at precisely the same hour every evening, to get his feed of durra, and when I was at breakfast always held his lips pursed up, ready to take the pieces of bread I gave him. My men, whom I agreed to provide with food during the journey, were regaled every day with mutton and mari esa, the two only really good things to be found in Sudan. A fat sheep cost 8 piastres, 40 cents, and we killed one every 3 days. The meat was of excellent flavor. Mari esa is made of the coarse grain called durra, which is pounded into flour by hand, mixed with water, and heated over a fire in order to produce speedy fermentation. It is always drunk the day after being made, as it turns sour on the third day. It is a little stronger than small beer, and has a taste similar to wheat bran, unpleasant on the first trial and highly palatable on the second. A jar holding 2 gallons costs 1 piastra, and as few families, however poor, are without it, we always found plenty of it for sale in the villages. It is nutritious, promotive of digestion, and my experience went to prove that it was not only a harmless but most wholesome drink in that stifling climate. Bilbil, the mother of nightingales, which is made from wheat, is stronger, and has a pungent flavor. The people in general are remarkably temperate, but sailors and camel men are often not content without araki, a sort of weak brandy made from dates. I have heard this song sung so often that I cannot choose but recollect the words. It is in the Arabic jargon of Sudan, El Tumbak Sharabudawa, Ool Karafin ed Dawa Iles Sufia, Ool Araki Leghitu Monea, Bilbil Bukasud. Tobacco I smoke in the pipe, and Mari Esa is a medicine to the Sufia, i.e. the bag of palm fibers through which it is strained, but araki makes me perfectly contented, and then I will not even look at Bilbil. The third day after leaving Khartoum, I reached the mountains of Jeri, through which the Nile breaks his way in a narrow pass. Here I hailed as an old acquaintance the island hill of Royan, the watered, or unthirsty. This is truly a magnificent peak, notwithstanding its height is not more than 700 feet. Neither is Sarakt high, yet it produces a striking effect, even with the loftier Apennines behind it. The Royan is somewhat similar to Sarakt in form. There are a few trees on the top, which shows that there must be a deposit of soil above its barren ramparts, and were I a merchant of Khartoum I should build a summer residence there, and by means of hydraulics create a grove and garden around it. The Akaba, or Desert Pass, which we were obliged to take in order to reach the river again, is 6 hours in length, through a wild, stony tract, covered with immense boulders of granite, hurled and heaped together in the same chaotic manner as is exhibited in the rocks between Aswan and Fili. After passing the range, a wide plain again opened before us, the course of the Nile marked in its center by the darker hue of the nebuks and sycamores, rising above the long grey belts of thorn trees. The mountains which enclose the fallen temples of Mesoerat and Naga appeared far to the east. The banks of the river here are better cultivated than further up the stream. The wheat, which was just sprouting, during my upward journey, was now 2 feet high, and rolled before the wind in waves of dark, intense, burning green. The brilliancy of color in these mid-African landscapes is truly astonishing. The north wind, which blew the sand furiously in our faces during the first 3 days of the journey, ceased at this point and the weather became once more intensely hot. The first 2 or 3 hours of the morning were, nevertheless, delicious. The temperature was mild, and there was a June-like breeze which bore far and wide the delicate odor of the mimosa blossoms. The trees were large and thick, as on the White Nile, forming long, orchard-like belts between the grain fields and the thorny clumps of the desert. The flocks of black goats which the natives breed, were scattered among these trees, and numbers of the animals stood perfectly upright on their hind legs, as they nibbled off the ends of the higher branches. On the morning after leaving Aqaba Jerry, I had 2 altercations with my men. Mohammed had left Khartoum without a camel, evidently for the purpose of saving money. In a day or 2, however, he limped so much that I put him upon Hikmat's dromedary for a few hours. This was an imposition, for every guide is obliged to furnish his own camel, and I told the old man that he should ride no more. He thereupon prevailed upon Set to declare that their contract was to take me to Mbukal, instead of Marah. This, considering that the route had been distinctly stated to them by Dr. Wrights, in my presence, and put in writing by the Mudir, Abdullah Effendi, and that the name of Mbukal was not once mentioned, was a falsehood of the most brazen character. I told the men they were liars, and that sooner than yield to them I would return to Khartoum and have them punished, whereupon they saw they had gone too far, and made a seeming compromise by declaring that they would willingly take me to Marah, if I wished it. Towards noon we reached the village of Deraira, nearly opposite the picturesque rapids of the Nile. I gave Mohammed half a piastre and sent him after Mary Essa, 2 gallons of which he speedily procured. A large gourd was filled for me, and I drank about a quart without taking breath. Before it had left my lips, I experienced a feeling of vigor and elasticity throughout my whole frame, which refreshed me for the remainder of the day. Mohammed stated that the tents of some of his tribe were only about 4 hours distant, and asked leave to go and procure a camel, promising to rejoin us at El Metama the next day. As Said knew the way, and could have piloted me in case the old sinner should not return, I gave him leave to go. Hikmat and I rode for nearly 2 hours over a stony, thorny plain, before we overtook the baggage camels. When at last we came in sight of them, the brown camel was running loose without his load and Said trying to catch him. My provision chests were tumbled upon the ground, the kafas broken to pieces and the chickens enjoying the liberty of the desert. Said, it seemed, had stopped to talk with some women, leaving the camel, which was none too gentle, to take care of himself. Hikmat was so incensed that he struck the culprit in the face, whereupon he cried out, with a rueful voice, Yako Sara! Oh, what a misfortune! After half an hour's labor the boxes were repacked, minus their broken crockery, the chickens caught and the camel loaded. The inhabitants of this region were mostly Shi'ians, who had emigrated thither. They are smaller and darker than the people of Mahas, but resemble them in character. In one of the villages which we passed, the sug, or market, was being held. I rode through the crowd to see what they had to sell, but found only the simplest articles, camels, donkeys, sheep, goats, mats, onions, butter, with some baskets of raw cotton and pieces of stuff spun and woven by the natives. The sales must be principally by barter, as there is little money in the country. In the afternoon we passed another Aqaba, even more difficult for camels than that of Jerry. The tracks were rough and stony, crossed by frequent strata of granite and porphyry. From the top of one of the ridges I had a fine view of a little valley of mimosas which lay embayed in the hills and washed by the Nile, which here curved grandly round from west to south, his current glittering blue and broad in the sun. The opposite bank was flat and belted with wheat fields, beyond which stretched a grey forest of thorns and then the yellow savannas of Shendei, walled in the distance by long, blue, broken ranges of mountains. The summit of a hill near our road was surrounded with a thick wall, formed of natural blocks of black porphyry. It had square, projecting bastions at regular intervals, and an entrance on the western side. From its appearance, form, and position, it had undoubtedly been a stronghold of some one of the Arab tribes, and can claim no great antiquity. I traveled on until after sunset, when, as no village appeared, I camped in a grove of large mimosas, not far from the Nile. A few Shi'ian herdsmen were living in brush huts near at hand, and dogs and jackals howled incessantly through the night. On the fifth day I reached the large town of El Medama, nearly opposite Shendevi, and the capital of a Negro kingdom, before the Egyptian usurpation. The road, on approaching it, leads over a narrow plain, covered with a shrub resembling heather, bordered on one side by the river, and on the other by a long range of bare red sand hills. We journeyed for more than 3 hours, passing point after point of the hills, only to find other spurs stretching out ahead of us. From the intense heat I was very anxious to reach El Medama, and was not a little rejoiced when I discerned a grove of date trees, which had been pointed out to me from Shendevi, a month before, as the landmark of the place. Soon a cluster of buildings appeared on the sandy slopes, but as we approached, I saw they were ruins. We turned another point, and reached another group of takals and clay houses, ruins also. Another point, and more ruins, and so for more than a mile before we reached the town, which commences at the last spur of the hills, and extends along the plain for a mile and a half. It is a long mass of one-story mud buildings, and the most miserable place of its size that I have seen in Central Africa. There is no bazaar, but an open marketplace, where the people sit on the ground and sell their produce, consisting of durra, butter, dates, onions, tobacco, and a few grass mats. There may be a mosque in the place, but in the course of my ramble through the streets, I saw nothing that looked like one. Half the houses appeared to be uninhabited, and the natives were a hideous mixture of the red tribes of Mahas and Shi'a and the Negro races of Sudan. A few people were moving lazily through the dusty and filthy lanes, but the greater portion were sitting in the earth, on the shady side of the houses. In one of the streets I was taken for the medical inspector of the town, a part of whose business it is to see that it is kept free from filth. 2 women came hastily out of the houses and began sweeping vigorously, saying to me as I came up, "You see, we are sweeping very clean." It would have been much more agreeable to me, had the true inspector gone his rounds the day before. El Medama and Shendevi are probably the most immoral towns in all Central Africa. The people informed me that it was a regular business for persons to buy female slaves, and hire them for the purpose of prostitution, all the money received in this vile way going into the owner's pocket. I was occupied the rest of the day and the next morning in procuring and filling additional water skins, and preparing to cross the Bayard. Ahmed had a quantity of bread baked, for the journey would occupy 7 or 8 days, and there was no possibility of procuring provisions on the road. Mohammed did not make his appearance at the appointed time, and I determined to start without him, my caravan being increased by a Dongolese merchant, and a poor Shi'ian, whose only property was a club and a wooden bowl, and who asked leave to help tend the camels for the sake of food and water on the way. All of the Bayard, which term is applied to the broad desert region west of the Nile and extending southward from Nubia to Kordofan and Darfur, is infested with marauding tribes of Arabs, and though at present their depredations are less frequent than formerly, still, from the total absence of all protection, the traveler is exposed to considerable risk. For this reason, it is not usual to find small parties traversing this route, as in the Nubian desert. I added to my supplies a fat sheep, a water skin filled with mariessa, a sheaf of raw onions, which are a great luxury in the desert, and as many fowls as could be procured in El Medama. Just as we were loading the camels, who should come up but Bashir and 2 or 3 more of the Mahassi sailors, who had formed part of my crew from Berber to Khartoum. They came up and kissed my hand, exclaiming, "May God prosper you, O Effendi." They immediately set about helping to load the camels, giving us, meanwhile, news of everything that had happened. Bashir's countenance fell when I asked him about his Metama sweetheart, Gamero Betajero. She had proved faithless to him. The America was again on her way from Berber to Khartoum, with a company of merchants. The old slave, Bakata, unable to bear the imputation of being 150 years old, had run away from the vessel. When the camels were loaded and we were ready to mount, I gave the sailors a few piastres to buy Mary Essa and sent them away rejoicing. Chapter XXXII. The Bayard Desert. Entering the desert character of the scenery wells fear of the Arabs the lalum tree effect of the hot wind Mohammed overtakes us Arab endurance an unpleasant bedfellow comedy of the crows gazelles we encounter a sandstorm the mountain of thirst the wells of Jeekdud a mountain pass desert intoxication scenery of the tableland Burkanic the Kababish Arabs gazelles again ruins of an ancient Coptic monastery distant view of the Nile Valley Jebel Burkal we come into port. He sees the red Sirocco wheeling its sandy columns o'er the waste, and streams through palmy valleys stealing, where the plumed ostrich speeds in haste. Freilagrath. We left El Metama at noon, on the 10th of February. Crossing the low ridge of red sand, at the foot of which the town is built, the wind came fresh to meet us, across the long, level savanna of yellow grass and shrubs which stretched away to the west and north, without a bound. The prospect was exhilarating, after the continual hem of thorns, which had lined our road from Khartoum. It was a great relief to turn the eye from the bare, scorching mud walls of the town, to the freshness and freedom of the desert. I took a last look at the wheat fields of the Nile, and then turned my face northward, towards the point where I expected to meet his current again. The plain was very level, and the road excellent for our camels. In places where there was a slight depression of the soil, a long, slender species of grass grew in thick tufts, affording nourishment to the herds of the wandering Arab tribes. There were also narrow belts of white thorn and a curious shrub, with leaves resembling the jasmine. In 2 hours we reached a well, where some Kababish were drawing water for their goats and asses. It was about 20 feet deep, and the water was drawn in skins let down with ropes. We kept on until sunset, when we encamped in an open, gravelly space, surrounded with patches of grass, on which the camels browsed. The hot weather of the past 2 or 3 days had called into life a multitude of winged and creeping insects, and they assailed me on all sides. The next morning, after traveling more than 2 hours over the plain, we reached a series of low hills, or rather swells of the desert, covered with black gravel and fragments of porphyritic rock. They appeared to be outlying spurs of a mountain range which we saw to the northwest. From the highest of them we saw before us a long, shallow valley, opening far to the northeast. It was thickly covered with tufts of yellowish-green grass, sprinkled with trees of various kinds. The merchant pointed out a grove in the distance as the location of Bir Abu Lir, the first well on the road. His sharp eye discerned a company of Arabs, who were encamped near it, and who, seeing Ahmet and myself in our Turkish dresses, were preparing to fly. He urged his dromedary into a fast trot and rode ahead to reassure them. They were a tall, wild-looking people, very scantily dressed. The men had long black hair, mustaches, and beards, and carried spears in their hands. They looked at us with suspicion, but did not refuse the customary habbabieh. The wells were merely pits, not more than 4 or 5 feet deep, dug in the clayey soil, and containing at the bottom a constant supply of cool, sweet water. We watered our camels in basins scooped for that purpose in the earth, and then took breakfast under the thorns. Among the trees in the wadi was one resembling the nebuk in foliage, and with a fruit similar in appearance, but larger and of different flavor. The Arabs called it lalum, and gathered some of the fruit for me to taste. It has a thin, brittle outer rind, containing a hard stone, covered with a layer of gummy paste, most intensely sweet and bitter in the mouth. It has precisely the flavor of the medicine known to children as hive syrup. We resumed our course along the wadi, nearly to its termination at the foot of the mountains, when the road turned to the right over another succession of hard, gravelly ridges, flanked on the west by hills of coal-black porphyry. During the afternoon the wind was sometimes as hot as a furnace blast, and I felt my very blood drying up in its intensity. I had no means of ascertaining the temperature, but it could not have been less than 105 degrees. Nevertheless, the sky was so clear and blue, the sunshine so perfect, and the desert so inspiring that I was in the most exulting mood. In fact, the powerful dry heat of the air produced upon me a bracing effect, similar to that of sharp cold. It gave me a sensation of fierce, savage vigor, and I longed for an Arab lance and the fleet hoofs of the red stallion I had left in Khartoum. At times the burning blasts were flavored with a strong aromatic odor, like that of dried lavender, which was as stimulating to the lungs as herb tea to the stomach. Our provisions soon felt the effects of this continual dry heat. Dates became as pebbles of jasper, and when I asked my servant for bread, he gave me a stone. As we were journeying along over the plain, we spied a man on a camel trotting behind us, and in half an hour, lo! Mohammed the guide. The old scamp came up with a younger brother behind him, whom he had brought without asking permission, and without bringing food for him. This made 8 persons I was obliged to feed, and as our bread and meat were only calculated for 6, I put them on allowance. Mohammed had his hair newly plaited and covered with a layer of mutton fat, 1/4 of an inch thick. I saw very little of the vaunted temperance of the Arabs. True, they will live on dates when they can get nothing else, and they will go without water for a day when they have none. I found a quart of water daily amply sufficient for my own needs, notwithstanding the great heat we endured, but I do not think one of the men drank less than a gallon in the same time, and as for their eating, Ahmed frequently declared that they would finish a whole sheep before getting to Alhamdulillah. The usual Arabic grace after meat. Towards sunset we reached an open space of ground which had not been touched since the rains of the previous summer. The soil had been washed smooth and then dried away in the sun, leaving a thin, cracked crust, like that which frequently forms after a light snowfall. Our camels' feet broke through at every step, making the only trails which crossed it, except those of gazelles and vultures. Ahmed was about to pitch my tent near some snaky-looking holes, but I had it moved to a clearer spot. I slept without interruption, but in the morning, as he was about to roll up my mattress, he suddenly let it drop and rushed out of the tent, exclaiming, "Oh master, come out, come out! There is a great snake in your bed." I looked, and truly enough, there was an ugly spotted reptile coiled up on the straw matting. The men heard the alarm, and my servant Ali immediately came running up with a club. As he was afraid to enter the tent, he threw it to me, and with one blow I put the snake beyond the power of doing harm. It was not more than 2 feet long, but thick and club-shaped, and with a back covered with green, brown, and yellow scales, very hard and bright. The Arabs, who by this time had come to the rescue, said it was a most venomous creature, its bite causing instant death. Allah Kareem! God is merciful! I exclaimed, and they all heartily responded, God be praised. They said that the occurrence denoted long life to me. Although no birds were to be seen at the time, not 10 minutes had elapsed before 2 large crows appeared in the air. After wheeling over us once or twice, they alighted near the snake. At first, they walked around it at a distance, occasionally exchanging glances, and turning up their heads in a shrewd manner, which plainly said, "No you don't, old fellow, want to make us believe you're dead, do you?" They bantered each other to take hold of it first, and at last the boldest seized it suddenly by the tail, jumped backward 2 or 3 feet and then let it fall. He looked at the other, as much as to say, "If he's not dead, it's a capital sham." The other made a similar essay, after which they alternately dragged and shook it, and consulted some time, before they agreed that it was actually dead. One of them then took it by the tail and sailed off through the air, its scales glittering in the sun as it dangled downward. On the third day we left the plain and entered on a region of black, stony ridges, with grass and thorns in the long hollows between them. The sky was so clear that the moon, in her last quarter, was visible until nearly noon. About 10 o'clock, from one of the porphyry hills, I caught sight of Jebel-Achin, or the Mountain of Thirst, which crosses the middle of the Bayard. It was in the north and northwest, apparently about 30 miles distant. During the morning I saw 4 beautiful gazelles, not more than a stone's throw distant. One of them was Lamé, which induced me to believe that I could catch it. I got down from my camel and crept stealthily to the crest of the ridge, but when I looked down the other side, no gazelle was to be seen. Half a dozen narrow gullies branched away among the loose mounds of stones, and further search would have been useless. At noon we reached another and different region. The grass and thorns disappeared, and the swells of black gravel gave place to long drifts of bright yellow sand which extended on all sides as far as the eye could reach. We toiled on, over drift after drift, but there was still the same dreary yellow waste, whitening in the distance under the glare of the sun. At first, the air was so tremulous with the radiated heat, that the whole landscape glittered and wavered like the sea, and the brain became giddy from gazing on its unsteady lines. But as the wind began to blow more violently, this disappeared. The sky then became obscured nearly to the zenith, with a dull purple haze, arising from the myriads of fine grains of sand with which the air was filled. The sun became invisible, although there were no clouds in the sky, and we seemed to be journeying under a firmament of rusty copper. The drifts were constantly forming and changing shape, and the sand vibrated along their edges or scudded in swift ripples over the plain, with that dry, sharp sound one hears in winter, when the north wind's masonry is going on. The air was withering in its fierce heat and occasioned intense thirst, which, fortunately, we were able to relieve. The storm grew more violent and the burning labyrinths of sand more intricate, as we advanced. The path was hidden under drifts 5 or 6 feet in height, and the tall yellow walls were creeping every minute nearer, to cover it completely. The piles of stones, however, which the Arabs have made on the tops of the ridges and replace as often as they are thrown down, guided us, and after 3 hours and a half in a spot which might serve as the 4th circle of Dante's hell, we emerged on the open plain and saw again the Mountain of Thirst, which had been hidden all this time. The camels, which were restless and uneasy in the sand, now walked more cheerily. The sun came out again, but the sky still retained its lurid purple hue. We all drank deeply of the brown leathery contents of our waterskins and pushed steadily onward till camping time, at sunset. While the storm lasted, the Arabs crouched close under the flanks of the camels and sheltered themselves from the sand. Achmet and the Dongolese merchant unrolled their turbans and muffled them around their faces, but on following their example I experienced such a stifling sensation of heat that I at once desisted, and rode with my head exposed as usual. We halted in a meadow-like hollow, full of abundant grass, in which the weary camels made amends for their hardships. The wind howled so fiercely around my tent that I went to sleep expecting to have it blown about my ears before morning. Jebel-Achin was dimly visible in the starlight, and we saw the light of fires kindled by the Arabs who live at the wells of Jeekdud. Said was anxious to go on to the wells and have a carouse with the natives, and when I refused threatened to leave me and go on alone to Marah. Go, said I, just as soon as you like, but this was the very thing he did not want. The heat which I had absorbed through the day began to ooze out again as the temperature of the air fell, and my body glowed until midnight like a mass of molten metal. On lifting up my blanket, that night, a large scorpion tumbled out, but scampered away so quickly that we could not kill him. We were up betimes the next morning, and off for Burjeekdud. At 10 o'clock we entered a wide valley extending to the southern base of the mountains. It was quite overgrown with bushy tufts of grass and scattering clumps of trees. Herds of goats and sheep, with a few camels and donkeys, were browsing over its surface, and I saw the Arab herdsmen at a distance. The wells lie in a narrow wadi, shut in by the mountains, about 2 miles east of the caravan track. We therefore halted in the shade of a spreading mimosa, and sent Said and the guide's brother with the water skins. I took my breakfast leisurely, and was lying on my back, half lulled to sleep by the singing of the wind, when the Dongolese arrived. He gave us to drink from his fresh supply of water, and informed us that the wells in the valley were not good, but that there was a deposit in the rocks above, which was pure and sweet. I therefore sent Ali off in all haste on one of my dromedaries, to have my skins filled from the latter place, which occasioned a further delay of 2 hours. An Arab family of the small Sare tribe, which inhabits that region, was encamped at a little distance, but did not venture to approach. Ali described the well as a vast natural hollow in the porphyry rock, in the center of a basin, or valley, near the top of the mountain. The water is held as in a tank, it is from 20 to 30 feet deep, and as clear as crystal. The taste is deliciously pure and fresh. If I had known this in time, I should have visited the place. The valley of Jeekdud is about 2 miles broad, enclosed on the north by the dark red porphyry rocks of the Mountain of Thirst, and on the south by a smaller group of similar formation. It is crossed in 2 places by broad strata of red granite. As water can readily be obtained in any part of it by digging, the whole of it is capable of cultivation. Leaving our halting place, we journeyed westward through a gate of the mountains into a broader valley, where numerous herds of sheep were feeding. I saw but few Arabs, and those were mostly children, who had charge of the herds. The tribe resides principally in the mountains, on account of greater security against the attacks of enemies. The afternoon was hot like all preceding ones, and my Arabs drank immense quantities of water. We kept on our course until 5 o'clock, when we encamped opposite a broad valley, which broke into the mountains at right angles to their course. It was a wild spot, and the landscape, barren as it was, possessed much natural beauty. During the afternoon we left the high road to Ambukal, and took a branch track leading to Marah, which lay more to the northward. The next morning, after skirting the porphyry range for several hours, we entered a narrow valley leading into its depths. The way was stony and rough, and we traveled for 3 hours, constantly ascending, up the dry bed of a summer stream. The mountains rose 1,000 feet above us in some places. Near the entrance of the valley, we passed an Arab watering a large flock of sheep at a pool of green water which lay in a hollow of the rocks. After ascending the pass for nearly 4 hours, we crossed the summit ridge and entered on a high tableland, 8 or 10 miles in length and entirely surrounded by branches of the mountain chain. The plain was thinly covered with grass, mimosas, and nebuk, among which a single camel was browsing. At night we reached the opposite side, and encamped at the foot of a lofty black spur of the mountains, not far from a well which Mohammed called Bir Abu Siri. During the night I was troubled with a heavy feeling in the head, and found it almost impossible to sleep. I arose with a sensation of giddiness, which continued all day. At times I found it very difficult to maintain my seat on the dromedary. It required a great effort to keep my eyes open, as the sunshine increased the symptoms. This condition affected my mind in a singular manner. Past scenes in my life revived, with so strong an impression of reality, that I no longer knew where I was. The hot, yellow landscape around me was a dream. The cries of my camel drivers were fantastic sounds which my imagination had conjured up. After a most bewildering and fatiguing day, I drank several cups of strong tea, rolled myself in a thick cotton quilt, and sweat to distraction until morning. The moisture I lost relieved my head, as a shower clears a sultry sky, and the symptoms gradually left me. Whether they were caused by breathing a more rarefied atmosphere, for the plain was nearly 1,500 feet above the Nile level in a heat more than usually intense, or by an attack of that malady which Richardson aptly calls the intoxication of the desert, I cannot decide. After leaving Bir Abu Siri, we continued our slow descent of the northern side of the mountain range, by a winding valley, following the dry bed of a summer river. The mountains were 1,000 feet high and linked in regular ranges, which had a general northeast and southwest direction. The landscapes of the day were all exceedingly wild and picturesque. The vegetation was abundant along the banks of the river bed, the dum palm appearing occasionally among the groves of thorn and nebuk. In some places the river had washed the bases of the mountains and laid bare their huge strata of rock, whose round black masses glittered in the sunshine, showing the gradual polish of the waves. Towards noon the pass enlarged into a broad plain, 6 miles in diameter, and entirely bounded by mountains. To the northeast it opened into another and larger plain, across whose blue surface rose the pyramidal peaks of a higher mountain chain than I had yet seen. Some of them were upwards of 2,000 feet in height. The scenery here was truly grand and imposing. Beyond the plain we passed into a broader valley, girdled by lower hills. The riverbed, which we crossed from time to time, increased in breadth and showed a more dense vegetation on its banks. We expected to have reached another well, but there was no sign of it at sunset, and as I had already found that my guide, Mohammed, knew nothing of the road, I encamped at once. We arose by daybreak, hoping to reach the Nile. After somewhat more than 2 hours' journey, we met a caravan of about 300 camels, laden with bales of cotton drillings, for the clothing of the new regiments of soldiers then being raised in Sudan. The foremost camels were a mile from Berkanic, while the hindmost were still drinking at the well. The caravan had kababish drivers and guides, wild, long-haired, half-naked Arabs, with spears in their hands and shields of hippopotamus hide on their shoulders. They told us we were still a day and a half from Marah. We rode on to the well, which was an immense pit, dug in the open plain. It was about 50 feet deep, and the Arabs were obliged to draw the water in skins let down with ropes. The top curved into the well like a shallow bowl, from the earth continually crumbling down, and the mouth of the shaft was protected by trunks of trees, on which the men stood while they drew the water. Around the top were shallow basins lined with clay, out of which the camels drank. The fierce kababish were shouting and gesticulating on all sides as we rode up, some leading the camels to kneel and drink, some holding the water skins, and others brandishing their spears and swords in angry contention. Under the hot sun, on the sandy plain, it was a picture truly mid-African in all its features. The water had an insipid, brackish taste, and I was very glad that I had prevented my Arabs from drinking all we had brought from the porphyry fountain of Jeek Dud. We watered our camels, however, which detained us long enough to see a fight between two of the kababish guides. There were so many persons to interfere that neither could injure the other, but the whole group of actors and sympathizers struggling on the brink of the well, came near being precipitated to the bottom. Our road now turned to the north, through a gap in the low hills and over a tract of burnt, barren, rolling wastes of white sand and gravel. Towards evening we came again to the river bed, here broad and shallow. This part of the desert is inhabited by the Sare and Huni tribes, and we saw large herds of sheep and goats wherever the hafe grass abounded. At sunset there were no signs of the Nile, so I had the tent pitched in the middle of the dry river channel. In front of us, on a low mound, the red walls of a ruined building shone in the last rays of the sun. The next day, the 8th since leaving El Metama, was intensely hot and sultry, without a breath of air stirring. While walking towards the ruins, I came upon 2 herds of gazelles, so tame that I approached within 30 yards, and could plainly see the expression of surprise and curiosity in their dark eyes. When I came too near, they would bleat like lambs, bound away a little distance and then stop again. The building, which stood on the stony slope of a hill, was surrounded with loose walls, in a dilapidated condition. The foundation, rising about 6 feet above the earth, is stone, above which the walls are of brick, covered with a thin coating of cement. The building is about 80 feet in length by 40 in breadth, but the walls which remain are not more than 20 feet high. It is believed to have been an ancient Coptic monastery, and probably dates from the earlier ages of Christianity. The ruins of other houses, built of loose stones, surround the principal edifice, which was undoubtedly a church, and the ground around is strewn with fragments of burnt brick and pottery. There is a churchyard near at hand, with tombstones which contain inscriptions both in Greek and Coptic. We rode slowly down the broad river bed, which gradually widened, and after 2 or 3 hours saw far in advance a line of red, glowing sand hills, which I knew could not be on the southern side of the Nile. Still we went on, under the clear, hot sky, the valley widening into a plain the while, and I sought anxiously for some sign that the weary desert was crossed. Finally, I saw, above the endless clusters of thorns, a line of darker, richer green, far away in the burning distance, and knew it to be a grove of date palms, the glorious signal of the Nile. This put new life into me, and thenceforth I felt the scorching heat no longer. To the north, beyond the palms, appeared an isolated mountain of singular form, the summit being flat and the sides almost perpendicular. It must be Jebel Berkel, I thought, and I told Mohammed so, but he said it was not. Just then, I saw an Arab herdsman among the thorns and called out to him to know the name of the mountain. Jebel Berkel, said he. He then accosted Mohammed, "Where are you going?" "To Marah." "Are you the guide?" he again inquired, bursting into a loud laugh. "You are a fine guide, there is Marah," pointing in a direction very different from that we were going. This completed the old fellow's discomfiture. We were still 5 or 6 miles distant from the river and took a random path over the plain, in the direction indicated by the herdsman. The palms rose higher and showed a richer foliage, mud walls appeared in their shade, and a tall minaret on the opposite bank of the river pointed out the location of the town. I rode down out of the drear, hot sand the sea where I had been drifting for 7 wearisome days to the little village of Abdum, embowered in a paradise of green, palms above, dazzling wheat fields, dark cotton fields and blossoming beans below. A blessed resting place. Chapter XXXIII. 3 days at Napata. Our whereabouts. Sheikh Mohammed Abd Ejabal. My residence at Abdum, crossing the river, a superb landscape, the town of Maror, ride to Jebel Berkel, the temples of Napata, ascent of the mountain, Ethiopian panorama, lost and found, the pyramids, the governor of Maror is seen in the divan, the Sheikh and I, the governor, dines with me, ruins of the city of Napata, a talk about religions, engaging camels for Wadi Halfa, the Sheik's parting blessing. Under the palm trees by the river's side. Keats. Abdum, the friendly haven into which I had drifted after an 8 days' voyage in the fiery sea of the desert, is a village on the eastern bank of the Nile, which, after passing Abu Hamd, flows to the southwest and south until it reaches the frontier of Dongola. On the opposite bank is Marah, the former capital of Dar Shia, which must not be confounded with the ancient Meroe, the ruins of which, near Shendei, I have already described. True, the identity of the names at first deceived antiquarians, who supposed the temples and pyramids in this neighborhood to have belonged to the capital of the old hierarchy of Meroe, but it is now satisfactorily established that they mark the site of Napata, the capital of Ethiopia up to the time of the Caesars. It was the limit of the celebrated expedition of the Roman soldiers, under Petronius. Jebel Berkel, at whose base the principal remains are found, is in lat. 18 degrees 35 minutes, or thereabouts. Sheikh Abd Ejabal. I was welcomed to Abdam by the Sheikh or holy man of the place, who met me on the verge of the desert, and conducted me to the best of his 2 houses. Sheikh Mohammed, Abd Ejabal, Mohammed, the slave of the mountains, was a dignified old man of 60, with a grey beard and brown complexion, and was the owner of a water mill, several fields of wheat and cotton, and an abundance of palm trees. He had 2 wives, each of whom, with her family, occupied a separate house, a great mark of discretion on the part of Mohammed. Domestic quiet was thus secured to him, while he possessed that in which the Arab most glories and rejoices, a numerous family of children. His youngest wife, a woman of 30, immediately vacated the house on my arrival, and took up her temporary residence in a tent of palm matting, with her 4 children. The dwelling into which I was ushered was a square structure of clay, 1 story high, with 1 door and no windows. It had a flat roof of palm logs, covered with thatch, and the inside walls were hung with large mats, plated with brilliantly colored palm blades. Fancy vessels of baked clay, baskets, ostrich eggs, and other ornaments were suspended from the roof in slings of palm fiber, and a very large white mat covered half the floor. Here my bed was laid, and my camp stool, placed in front of it, formed a table. The sheikh, who was with me nearly all the time of my stay, sat on the floor in front of me, and never entered or departed from the house, without saying Bismillah, in the name of God, as he crossed the threshold. Outside of the door was a broad divan, running along the north side of the house. It therefore pointed towards Mecca and was a most agreeable praying place for the holy man. On my arrival, after first having taken a bath in the Nile, I sat there the rest of the day, tasting the luxury of coolness and shade, and steeping my eyes in the balm of refreshing colors. A clump of some 20 date trees grew in front of the door, throwing over us a gorgeous canopy of leaves. Fields of wheat in head, waist deep, surrounded the house, insulating it in a sea of greenness, over which I saw the hills of the desert, no longer terrible, but soft and fair and far as clouds smoldering in the roseate fires of an eastern sunrise. Very early the next morning the sheikh and his sons and their asses were in readiness to accompany me to Jebel Berkel. We walked down between the sheikh's gardens to the Nile, where the ferry boat was waiting to convey us across. I was enchanted with the picture which the shores presented. The air was filled with a light, silvery vapor, a characteristic of sultry weather in Africa, softening the deep, rich color of the landscape. The eastern bank was 1 bower of palms, standing motionless, in perfect groups, above the long, sloping banks of beans in blossom. Such grace and glory, such silence and repose, I thought I had never before seen in the vegetable world. Opposite, the ruined palaces of the old Shi'an kings and the mud and stone hovels of modern Mororos in picturesque piles above the river bank and below the red sandstone bluffs of the Nubian desert, which overhung them and poured the sand through deep rents and fissures upon their very roofs. The mosque, with a tall, circular minaret, stood embowered in a garden of date palms, under one of the highest bluffs. Up the river, which stretched glittering into the distance, the forest of trees shut out the view of the desert, except Jebel Berkel, which stood high and grand above them, the morning painting its surface with red lights and purple shadows. Over the misty horizon of the river rose a single conical peak, far away. The sky was a pale, sleepy blue, and all that I saw seemed beautiful dream pictures everywhere, grace, beauty, splendor of coloring, steeped in Elysian repose. It is impossible to describe the glory of that passage across the river. It paid me for all the hardships of the desert. When we touched the other shore and mounted the little donkeys we had taken across with us, the ideal character of the scene disappeared, but left a reality picturesque and poetic enough. The beasts were without bridles, and were only furnished with small wooden saddles, without girths or stirrups. One was obliged to keep his poise, and leave the rest to the donkey, who, however, suffered himself to be guided by striking the side of his neck. We rode under a cluster of ruined stone buildings, one of which occupied considerable space, rising pylon-like, to the height of 30 feet. The Sheikh informed me that it had been the palace of a Shi'ian king, before the Turks got possession of the country. It was wholly dilapidated, but a few Arab families were living in the stone dwellings which surround it. These clusters of shattered buildings extend for more than a mile along the river, and are all now known as Marah. Our road led between fields of ripening wheat, rolling in green billows before the breeze, on one side, and on the other, not more than 3 yards distant, the naked sandstone walls of the desert, where a blade of grass never grew. Over the wheat, along the bank of the Nile, rose a long forest of palms, so thickly ranged that the eye could scarcely penetrate their dense, cool shade, while on the other hand the glaring sandhills showed their burning shoulders above the bluffs. It was a most violent contrast, and yet, withal, there was a certain harmony in these opposite features. A remarkably fat man, riding on a donkey, met us. The Sheikh compared him to a hippopotamus, and said that his fat came from eating mutton and drinking bilbil day and night. At the end of the town we came to a sort of guardhouse, shaded by 2 sycamores. A single soldier was in attendance,